repositioning. Assume nothing. Worth examining.
I don't see why not.
Looking ahead. Can't slow down. More for me.
My condition is worsening again. I need to consume some powerful magic or it may become volatile. Of course. I would hate for you to...
Something good here, I hope.
were never on my good side.
Need anything else?
I'm ready.
Indolence breeds madness.
Let's get going.
The pride of the gate.
Is that blood? No, never mind. What to do? I have something to ask.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember,
You're not the only one in need.
Sylvanus be with you.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need. Sylvanus be with you.
Flackets will be done. Assume nothing.
I wonder what the next move is.
Can't give up now. If not over, then through.
Need anything else? Of course. But please, remember, you're not the only one in need. Sylvanus be with you.
My faith will guide me. Got to keep moving. Let's see what I can glean.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
What's on your mind? Apart from finding me an artifact to consume, which I assume you're pursuing with the appropriate urgency.
Breathe deep and move.
don't sleep well, flitting between dreams and nightmares. Maybe you wake up because you know something is wrong. Or maybe you just get lucky.
Shit. No, it's not what it looks like. I swear. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed, well, blood.
There, in the dim firelight, you see him for what he really is. A vampire, a slave to sanguine hunger.
It's not what you think. I'm not some monster. I feed on animals. Boars, deer, kobolds. I'm just too slow right now. Too weak. If I just had a little blood, I could think clearer. Fight better. Please.
A strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds, secrets half revealed.
What's this? What's happening?
Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back. His mind opens up, revealing cracked and quivering memories. At their heart, you see dark eyes commanding you to feed. You open your mouth and bite down, not into a tender neck, but into the twisting body of a rat, the only thing your master lets you eat.
Yes, I ate whatever disgusting vermin my master picked, so you can see why I'm slow to trust you. But I do trust you. And you can trust me. Because we don't have a choice. Not if we're going to save ourselves from these worms. I need you alive. You need me strong. Please, only be a taste, I swear. I'll be well, you'll be fine. And everything can go back to normal. Really? Of course. Not one drop more. Let's make ourselves comfortable, shall we?
It's like a shard of ice into your neck, a quick, sharp pain that fades to throbbing numbness. Your breath catches, your pulse quickens.
Oh, of course. That was amazing. My mind is finally clear. I feel strong. I feel happy. Shouldn't take long. So many people need killing. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're invigorating, but I need something more filling. This is a gift, you know. I won't forget it.
You watch as he stalks towards the forest, stronger, more confident, ready to hunt.
Open up. I should speak up.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps...
Defender of the people.
No time to rest. Need to find a way forward. Bet that'll fit in my pack. here goes nothing.
Looks familiar.
Missing children. Maggie Terrance, Marcus Terrance, Mathan Deach, Rochelle Kirk.
That's curious.
No one back home will ever believe this. Still breathing, despite everything.
actually eat him, right? Let me
Don't want to draw any attention.
Defender of the people.
go on then.
A long way to go still.
At least things have stayed interesting.
No time to dally.
Look at him.
They won't see me coming.
Unseen as I was taught.
On my way.
Nobody's listening.
What comes now? Got to press on.
Anything of use? Looks empty. I've got a long road ahead.
The pride of the gate.
What's next, I wonder?
Let's move. Best be on my way. Let's see.
Sharp as ever.
Never a dull moment.
On I go.
Let me down!
My faith protects me.
Defender of the people.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Go on then! Make it good! Round and round and round!
Should mind my step.
You were warned to stay away. Now you'll have to.
The worms will feast on your sorry carcass when I'm done with ya!
Concentrate.
No holding back.
Come on, can't stay idle.
On the victor's path. I need an edge.
For the absolute!
Death's close.
This'll help with the pain.
Take you. Take you.
Still moment.
give up. Mercy, please. I know things. If you let me live, I'll make it worth your while. I promise. My lot are camped nearby. I can get you inside. There's a hidden path. Past the bridge into the camp. Over to the side before you reach the first guards. Easy. All right. Just don't hurt me.
Blade at the ready.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
What's next?
Sharp as ever.
My patience wanes.
Sharp as ever.
Whatever comes, I'm ready. Keeping low.
No one stopped me yet.
A hero at heart.
There's no time to waste.
All right. What now?
Keeping low.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Some blade.
Can't give up now.
Am I needed?
Stop this thing! Scream all you like! Nobody's listening.
Heading there.
When I'm done with ya!
One false move.
I give up. I know things. If you let me live, I'll make it worth your while. I promise. My lot are kept nearby. I can get you inside. No hassle. You can loot it, do whatever. There's a hidden path. Past the bridge into the camp. Over to the side before you... All right. Just don't hurt me. Stop this thing!
All right. What now? Very well. What's in here?
Stop this thing! Come on, untie me! Help me down! Cut me loose! Free me and find out! Ugh. Bagakabara. There's pustulant thugs. Well, get on with it. You saved me, now you'll extort me. That's how this works, yes? My own fault, really. I should have dropped my pack and outrun those bastards. Alas. Take my pack, if you can find it. The only reason those goblins caught me was its weight. I'll travel lightly from now on. Ignorance is alive and well, it seems. Deep gnomes aren't restricted to the Underdark, you know. I've lived in Baldur's Gate for years. I'm in search of a friend. I fear he's in trouble. See this? I gave it to him years ago before I left home. I found it around the neck of a thug in the lower city. It was speckled with blood. My friend, nowhere to be found. But I still have hope. I have reason to believe he's in the Underdark. Hopefully, I'll pick up his trail from there. I always help my friends. On that note, I bid thee farewell. If we should meet again, well, we will have met again.
go. No traps, please. Seems like the best way. What to do?
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the well looks unremarkable. Dry stones line the wall. At the bottom, something gleams in the dappled light.
Better be careful. Those webs carry vibrations.
Better than nothing.
There is work to do.
Looking ahead. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Something didn't like that.
On the move.
Have to keep going.
I need to act fast. On I go.
suspicion.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Talk to me. This will ruin someone's day.
Making my move.
I am fury. I am death. A critical step.
I wonder if this is worth the cost. An easy fix, hopefully. Another trick up my sleeve.
Can't give up. Not now.
Take you.
Swift and lethal.
Where do I go from here?
Need to stay focused. Have to keep going. Not fall before my time. My path be true.
Can't even catch my breath. With haste.
What should I do? Got to move.
What path lies before me?
Indolence breeds madness.
Let's get going.
Nizzy's blood.
That took the edge off. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Still alive, so that's progress. What's hiding here?
What am I to do?
At least things have stayed interesting. Don't waste a step.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
No one back home will ever believe this.
What am I to do?
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it. Another step forward.
There's no time to waste. Oh, damn you!
I've got a long road ahead. to press ahead.
Let's get on with it.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely Wednesday morning. Today I'd like to follow up on a video that I did recently. Apple soldered in SSDs are engineered in the worst way possible. When I did this video, there were certain elements that I don't think I explained very well because I got the same question over and over again in the comments. I didn't explain things very well at all, so I'm going to try to explain it here in a TLDR way. In 2016, Apple started soldering the solid-state drives onto the board, which was an annoying thing, but it wasn't the end of the world, because even if your soldered on SSD failed, your computer still turned on, meaning that you could take your backup of your operating system or your DD Rescue clone, you could plug it in to the side of your computer, and you would have the stupid dongle sticking out of your computer, but you could still boot into your operating system. And let's face it, if you were buying a MacBook in 2016 or 17, you got used to dongles. So you would plug this in, you would hold down the option key, you could choose your external drive of choice, you could have a little SSD, you could even, I don't know, duct tape the thing onto the back of your lid, and you would have a usable computer. You could boot into Mac OS, you could boot into Windows, you could boot into Linux, you could boot into whatever you wanted to boot into just fine, even if your internal SSD died. Fast forward to 2018, 2019. Apple put the T2 chip into their machines, which radically changed the architecture. If you look at those schematics, the T2 chip is a lot. It takes on a lot of the functions that used to be done by the Platform Controller Hub, otherwise known as the PCH, on Intel platforms. It took the place of the SPI ROM, which was what you guys would otherwise know as the BIOS or UEFI, so on a PC laptop. So that T2 chip essentially needs to work in order for your computer to turn on. Like if you take the BIOS chip off of a motherboard of any computer, it stops working. You need the BIOS in order for it to actually work. And here, one of the things you'll notice is that there is no more UEFI. What you have is, this is literally all on the NAND. So that T2 chip that deals with all the stuff that used to be dealt with by the PCH on PC platforms and the BIOS chip is now on the T2 chip. The T2 chip runs BridgeOS. BridgeOS is like a bastardized version of iOS, and that is going to be stored on the NANDs. So if the NANDs die, that means that your computer is no longer going to turn on and function because you don't have a BIOS chip. So if the NANDs die, you're no longer in a place where, okay, my internal SSD doesn't work, I can just plug in my replacement SSD and boot off of this because your computer's not going to turn on. Apple made it so that the wear part that you're writing to every day in your professional computer also just so happens to hold the operating system for the chip that is necessary for the computer to boot and turn on. Like, imagine really, really weird the way that they chose to do that. But it actually gets better. It gets considerably better. So the machine is dead. Well, why don't you just buy replacement NANDs and replace them? Shouldn't that be easy? Well, no. And again, if you want to read the TLDR of this, there is a 3-part series that is done way better than my 15 minutes of salt over here. There's a 3-part series. I highly suggest you watch this channel. There's a gentleman on Linus's forum that tried to do a TLDW of it, but it's still fairly long. You can go over this if you want. Absolute TLDR is that these NANDs are actually custom designs. They cannot be found anywhere outside of Apple devices, and they cannot be purchased aside from Apple's website if you want to get a donor SSD. So this is not a normal NAND. This has a custom ARM-based controller that also runs its own miniature operating system as firmware and acts as an intermediary between the PCI Express 1 connection and the T2 chip as wear and other NAND management stuff. So you're not getting this NAND elsewhere. And big credit to Proprietary Modules on Linus Tech Tips forum for making that TLDR. That's just, you're not going to get that off of another board. So you're only going to get that off of a donor MacBook. So if I go to a donor MacBook, here's the big problem. Okay, I'm going to buy a donor board for like $300 or $400 for this repair. The NANDs on that board may have 50 terabytes of write cycles. I don't know. And since NANDs are a wear part, I am not doing that to my customers. We meme about the way Apple treats their customers. I am never going to treat my customers as poorly as Apple does. I'm not doing that to them. I'm not giving you NANDs with 50 terabytes of write cycles. So what's the other solution? Well, buy new. Obviously, you can't buy these parts new because, well, obviously, like, hell will freeze over before Henix or any of these companies get to sell this shit to DigiKey or Mouser.com. But if you take a look over here, this is the only place I can buy it. I can get a 1 terabyte SSD upgrade kit for $600. And after I buy that, so again, A, the base cost for parts is now $600. B, I now have to take the shields off, desolder the chips off of there without damaging them, reball them, desolder the chips off of the main motherboard, get rid of the underfill and all that without damaging it, and soldering on. So I'm paying $600 part cost alone for 1 terabyte. That's not even ready to use. I have to prepare that part for use. Do you know what this is going to do to the cost of your motherboard repair on your laptop? this is not going to be an economically viable repair. Nobody is going to want to pay $800 to $900 to fix their motherboard. That's obviously just, this is a meme. This is not something that is economically viable in any way, shape, or form. While it is technically possible to do, it is not economically feasible to do. It actually gets better because you have a computer that you would have to pay like $1,000 to get to boot again. It gets better. One of the things I noted in this video that I did last year, how most 16-inch MacBook Pros often kill themselves and why they are unfixable, is that these machines tend to fail a lot more often in a catastrophic way. What happens is that it's not just that the NAND fails, the NAND power rail actually winds up shorting itself to ground because the NAND dies in this violent fashion where it shorts power in to ground. When this happens, the entire board is useless. The machine, even if the BIOS was not stored on the NANDs, would not turn on because your main power line is shorted to ground. This happens way more often on the newer models than older, like 2141 all the time, 1990 fairly often. I can count on one hand how many A1706s and A1707s from before they did this shit had NAND shorted to ground, because it's zero. It's like never. We have fixed thousands upon thousands, probably tens of thousands of A1706s and A1707s at this business. Zero of them have ever had shorted NAND. 2141? We get 3 of these a day with shorted NAND. At least 3 of these a day with shorted NAND. Where the NAND is shorted to ground, that's shorting the 2.5 volt power line to ground, and the 2.5 volt power line being shorted to ground destroys the chip powering the NANDs, which is powered by the battery, and PP/G3 hot, which kills the entire computer. Now, Apple likes to innovate. They like to do things in different ways, and very often this can be a good thing. For instance, in 2010, when Apple started including a solid-state drive at the Air, and in 2012, when the Pros they all just came with SSDs, what Apple said is, yeah, you're paying us $800 to $1,200 for a computer. You're getting 64 to 128 gigabytes of storage. Like, that's it. I know that on paper, the other guy says 500 gigabytes, and we only have 64 or 128 gigabytes, but trust us, it's better. And this was a ballsy move to do, because a lot of people just buy stuff based on spec sheets. And it worked. Because I can't tell you how many people that are not tech savvy thought that Macs are just innately faster because they feel faster, when the reality is that the reason the MacBook feels faster than the PC is most PC manufacturers just cared about having a higher number that they could save gigabytes. They were afraid to have the default configuration be an SSD, even though it offers a way better experience for the user. Apple was able to grab all those customers. I've spoken to tons of less savvy customers that thought that Macs were just naturally fast, and then when they tried my PC that used an SSD to boot into Linux, they're like, oh wow, this is fast too. What'd you do? It's like, well, I just put an SSD in it. They made that as a ballsy decision. In 2012, they stopped using crap screens in their products. They were not only high resolution, but they were also fairly high quality. They had really good black levels, really good color gamut, and everything else, back when lots of standard PC Windows laptops were being sold with like 1366 by 768 TN screens that had horrible viewing angles and were just absolute shit. Even when you spend $1,600 for the computer. You know what it was like in 2012. 99% of your PC laptops came with shit screens by default. Apple's done things that are like, they really do try to innovate. Apple really does try to push the ball forward in new and exciting ways, and sometimes they manage to genuinely improve the user experience while minimizing stupidity. And at other times, they don't, and I've gone over that in my video going over all of Apple's engineering failures over time, which were failures that you just fundamentally were not having in other computers. And I'll be honest with you, when it came to storage, I really thought that the A1278 SATA cable was it. Like, Apple managed to make the only desktop or laptop computer I have ever seen in my life where the SATA cable is a regular failure. This is a cable that's not even bending with regular use. It's literally just a SATA cable, and it's known for failing on a regular basis. They managed to one-up themselves and have now managed to create a computer where the NAND fails on a regular basis, and fails in a manner that not only doesn't allow the machine to boot even if it wasn't shorted to ground, but shorts it to ground and screws up its ability to boot because the NAND for the storage of your main operating system and all your programs and all your video just so happens to be the BIOS as well. Really? There's no better way you could have done this. And rest assured, it is not a coincidence that the difference in NAND from 2017 to 2019 when they started using this custom order thing has nothing to do with the fact that they fail in this catastrophic fashion. When you decide to reinvent the wheel because the wheel being round just isn't good enough for you, you are more likely to run into catastrophic failures than you are when you do things in the tried and true way. And I understand wanting to innovate, but the problem I've always had with Apple is that when there's a mistake that they run into during this innovation, it's always at the expense of the customer. It is always at the expense of repairability, and above all, they don't take accountability or responsibility for it until somebody class action sues them. You have a different architecture for your NAND than everybody else, and you have this different, really weird failure mode that everybody else doesn't seem to have on anywhere near the scale of something like the 16-inch MacBook Pro. No way in hell is it we just decided this year that we're going to use a different custom design NAND architecture that's different from everybody else, and that just so happens to be the one piece of NAND that shorts the power line to ground on all these computers in a way that your normal SSDs just don't do. The problem with trying to push the ball forward is that when you do things in a manner that is different from how everybody else is doing it, you're more likely to run into problems that everybody else is not running into. The way everybody else has been putting together SSDs, like they're doing it this way for a reason. This architecture is stable, this architecture works, and this architecture has a fairly low failure rate. The architecture is for all your other SSDs. The architecture that Apple is using here for these special NANDs that they're having custom manufactured for them, in my opinion, suck balls. What happens with this architecture is they randomly short to ground for no good fucking reason. There could be no liquid inside of these computers. They could have been maintained very well, not dropped at all, and one day, just poof, just doesn't turn on, and the NAND is shorted to ground. This is stupid. I'm confident when I say this. We get lots of solid-state drives in for data recovery. We get different brands of PCs in from time to time, and we got a lot of A1706 and a lot of A1707 MacBooks in. And whilst they may have SSDs that die, they do not die in this catastrophic fashion that the new ones are, where they actually kill the entire machine. And again, there's two reasons it's killing the machine. The first reason is when the NAND is corrupt, like what you see in the beginning of this video with the first one that I'm going over. When the NAND is corrupt, it just like boots on and off, where it just doesn't turn on because it can't access the BIOS. But the second one that I did over here, it's dead because the actual power line is being shorted to ground because the NAND has failed in such a catastrophic fashion. Cost of that innovation is A, the customer's money, B, the customer's data. Now, one of your questions may be, why have you waited so long to mention this? Why have you only put it in one video a year ago and not really gone into it in detail? And this goes into the third point. Can I be honest and like really candid with you for a moment? I don't find this fun anymore. I really don't. This used to be like a fun cat and mouse game. It's just not fun anymore. One of the things that I went over is that we used to be able to buy laptop screens and we used to be able to replace just the LCD. This is a part that we used to cost anywhere from $38 to $90. Now we cannot get that anymore for $38 to $90. The supply chain for that is gone. Apple has managed to get us out of, just ensure that these are no longer available to us. What we need to buy now are these. We can only get display assemblies. Display assemblies often cost over $300. They are used, so we are not giving a new device to our customer. We are giving them a used product, but it gets even better because with the new MacBooks, you can't even just swap a display assembly anymore. You have to swap the chip from the old device and solder it onto the new one. So you've now made it not just a screen replacement job, but it's also a soldering job that's going to have hundreds of dollars less profit margin, and you're giving the customer, you have to sell the customer on a used screen, which is just icky. The thing that I've advertised for over 10 years on my website, we only use new grade A screens. I used to love standing behind that. It's disgusting that we had to edit that. Or we have stuff like this, where you know exactly what's wrong with the computer, but you can't buy the chip to actually fix it because it's not available anywhere. And when you contact the vendors, they say they're not allowed to sell to you. Or we have stuff like this, where I used to be able to just replace a sleep sensor. It was very easy to replace a sleep sensor on a MacBook. Now, the sleep sensor requires calibration, and the calibration software is only available from Apple, and Apple is not going to make it available to us. We have to connect to their servers. We have to be authorized, and again, if I actually go through the process to get authorized via the IRP program, I'm not going to be able to buy these types of chips and do everything else that I do in my store so that I can actually fix stuff for customers. So I can't even get access to software basic stuff. So what I have to do now is we have to actually fix the cable. So what we're doing here, and what you'll see Chris do in the videos that he does, is what he does is he actually fixes the cable. I'm not kidding. You see how excited he is? That's going to fade, I guarantee you, after he's done his 1500th cable repair. What he has to do is he has to take the chip off of the cable, like start filing it down to the bond wires and stuff, and start filing the rust off of the chip and try to get that cable to be repaired. Because if he can't repair the cable, well, he can't just get a new cable because, God forbid, he have access to the calibration software. It's not fun anymore. It's like this death by 1,000 cuts thing, or a profession that I used to find really exciting, really cool, took a lot of pride in. A lot of it has just kind of gone away. So yeah, like we've known about Bridge OS for years. We've known about the fact that the NANDs have the SPI ROM and the BIOS on it for years, and we've known that these like short to ground all the time for a long time. Why hasn't it come up on the channel a lot? Because I don't do repair videos very often. Why don't I do repair videos very often? Because it just ain't fun anymore. Like, I know, on YouTube, you're supposed to be really happy and excited and like, yeah, well, you know, everybody on YouTube puts on this like fake happy face before they begin their videos because their audience needs to see them excited and happy and yay, or they don't watch. I can't do that on this profession anymore. Like, literally less is available now than what was available 15 years ago. At the end of the day, that's the direction it'll continue going in. It's like, again, it's like somebody out there is going to make the argument. If we get access to the calibration tool for a sleep sensor, if we can buy the NANDs new and not pay $600, the world will end. The S&P 500 will crash to 1,000. Innovation will stop in its tracks as we know it if Lewis is able to buy a screen. Your bank accounts and credit score will be hacked. Your home will be pillaged. Your family will be sexually assaulted in a parking lot. The world as we know it will end. It's just annoying. It's annoying to be on the other end of that, and it's annoying to realize that at the end of the day, no matter how many bills you get passed, no matter how many reports the FTC writes, no matter what ends up in the president's desk, at the end of the day, we will be locked out of everything. When you realize that, it just becomes less fun to get on camera and say, hey, everybody, how's it going? Today we're going to fix a MacBook, when I know that realistically speaking, today we're probably not. That's why you have a device that is unfixable, not economically viable, and doesn't work. And I would bet my balls that there is a direct correlation between Apple using some specially designed, specially custom made for them NAND that's different from what everybody else is using, and the insanely high failure rate they have where their IC short to ground. Now again, an IC shorting to ground, these things happen. It is not unheard of for an IC to short the voltage in, the VCC, or the VDD in pin to ground when it fails. For it to happen on a memory chip this regularly is insane. It's just insane. And there's no way in hell that the switch over to this architecture when they started using the T2 chip has nothing to do with it. No way. You started using NANDs that nobody else is using. At the same time that you start using these custom NANDs that nobody else is using, this happens all the time? Come on, man. And I know that somebody out there is going to say, well, there's an engineering reason that they did this. There's some benefit. There's somebody out there that got an extra 8 megabytes a second of write speed out of this. There's some edge case for security that 99.9% of the population doesn't know about or care about that is going to be more secure because of this. And fine. But it's important to understand that A, these decisions are choices. B, the decision to lock us out of the ability to purchase replacement parts or calibration tools is a choice that this company is making. And 3, above all, that if you want to call this innovation, it's going to come at a cost. The cost of your innovation, the cost of your extra 3 megabytes a second, the cost of your additional layer of security that, God forbid, unless Jack Bauer is torturing you, something tells me you're just not going to need, is coming at the cost of having a computer that actually has wear parts that are replaceable, that has some sort of redundancy, that boots when the NAND that is much more delicate than last generation's NAND dies. You can plug in a drive and use that computer booting off of an external drive. And the idea that you are not going to have a standard BIOS, you're now going to have the T2 chip in this architecture, it is going to boot directly off of an operating system running on the NANDs that you guys, when you're doing studio video production, are putting 50 to 100 terabytes of write cycles on. And once that is fully done, the computer will never turn on again because they are using the same NAND that you use for your storage for the actual BIOS. You don't have to be a computer engineer to understand that this is fucking stupid. You don't have to have a degree in something to realize that this is bad, that this is going to result in customers around the country with repair bills of over $1,000 for a product that didn't need to be designed that way. Repair bill engineer to understand that this is fucking stupid. You don't have to have a degree in something to realize that this is bad, that this is going to result in customers around the country with repair bills of over $1,000 for a product that didn't need to be designed that way. But what do I know? I'm a guy with a cat, rants on a couch. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye now.
So why I threw away my life in the West to come to the Philippines at 45 years old.
So why I left the West and moved to the Philippines as an American.
Okay, so why I moved to Southeast Asia in my 40s. So today I want to talk about why I left the West, America to be specific, 20 years before proper retirement. So why I moved to the Philippines in 2022 at 45 years old. Why did I move 8,000 miles from home? No employment opportunities, no girlfriend, no friends, never had a buddy that did it. Why in the world would someone do that? So why did I give up on the American dream and move to the Philippines at 45 years old? So why did I decide to move to the Philippines permanently? So why did I rent out my condo in the United States and shut down my business and just completely abandon ship at 20 years before regular retirement for an American?
Hi, I'm Tom.
After spending a few incredible days in Dalat, we boarded a bus to a new destination along Vietnam's coastline. The journey was only 4 hours long, but the
A few months back, I did a video about some of the downfalls of buying a condo in Thailand, some things that can happen, some negative things. And while doing research on that, I came across a story, probably the most horrendous story I've ever heard, ever, about a guy getting screwed over who bought land and property in Thailand. In this video, I'm going to share his story with you. What's up, guys? It's Greeny. Back here in Michigan, last night, I screwed up. I had a craving for Detroit pizza. Jets is an awesome Detroit pizza, and I just wanted to have 2 slices. I ended up having 5 slices. So today, I got to go on like a super long walk. I got to go on like a marathon walk. So figured it'd be a perfect time to share this story with you guys. So where am I at? I'm in Michigan. I'm not going to tell you guys specifically my neighborhood or where I live. Can you call this a neighborhood? In the neighborhood, what do I see? Who are my neighbors in the neighborhood here? Well, I just saw a turkey walking. Seen tons of deer, turkey vulture, lots of birds flying around, squirrels. Haven't seen a fox yet. Just saw some Canadian geese. So yeah, on this walk, a turkey and a couple Canadian geese I saw. I was hoping to catch a deer over here in the roadway and show it to you guys, but I saw one behind my house. A few behind my house the other day. I show you those, the turkey vultures. I love the wilderness here. It's great. You know, that's one thing I do miss about Michigan when I'm living in Thailand is just, you know, the spring and the fall are my 2 favorites. If I could come to Michigan for like 1 month in the spring and 1 month in the fall and just, you know, deal with the animals, the fresh air and everything, that'd be perfect. But as you can see, as far as living life out here, if you're not a farmer or something, pretty boring. Even the cities, I mean, U.S., too much danger, too many people getting shot. I don't want to be in the big city or nothing. I like it out here in the country, and it's great in the summer. I got lakes all around here. I can go on. I used to have a boat, but now I just go on my friend's boat. Whatever. So, not too bad, not too shabby. A little break from Thailand. Get some fresh air, see wildlife. This is the story of Ian Rance. Ian was a British national that took all of his wealth and moved to Thailand to live the dream. And he found the right place. He moved to Phuket. Beautiful place, beautiful place. I love Phuket. Don't you guys love Phuket? Anyways, shortly thereafter, Ian met the love of his life, Suda. Suda was a Thai national that he met in Phuket, and they got married and had 3 kids. 3 kids. So Ian, loving life, decided that Thailand's his new home. That's where he's going to live. And the government came out with a program called the Thai Elite Visa. Mind you, this is in the early 2000s. This is like the beginning of the Thai Elite Visa. And one of the strategies, they call it schemes here, the scheme was going to be to let foreign nationals buy property in Thailand, which in the last 4 years since I've been living in Thailand, I've heard this numerous times that they're going to start doing it. Well, they never do it. You know, it's always a scheme that never comes to fruition. But for whatever reason, Ian got a little ahead of himself, apparently. That's what it looks like to me reading it. I'm not really sure all the details from the research I did. But Ian bought 2 houses, 2 plots of land, and a restaurant. So five things he bought for about $1.5 million US. So Ian's all in. He's balls in. He's invested in Thailand, and he's going for it. Well, of course, what usually happens when it comes to allowing foreigners to buy land in Thailand, no, ain't happening. So I don't know how he got that far ahead of himself and bought all that stuff without, you know, this being a law in effect for a while and knowing that there's not going to be any issues. Maybe he didn't know the history of how some of these proposals work here, but you know, it never works out. It just doesn't happen. So he's got all this stuff. Now he's got to go to plan B. Plan B is he opens a corporation. And, I'm sure Suda's in the corporation. He is to have Thai partners, obviously. Opens a company, and he's the director. So, you know, Ian, I'm the director. No problems. You know, what can go wrong? He talked to attorneys there. Everybody said, no, you're in the company. You're the director. Nothing can go wrong. There was one thing he did do is he put one of the houses in his wife's name, the house that they lived in, and she wrote him a 30-year lease, and, you know, everything's registered with the land office, so everything's good to go. He's got no worries, 30 years, he'll be dead, whatever. No worries. He's married, leave it to the wife. He's got 3 kids now. What the hell? So, like I said, the story started 2000, he moved there. 2001, he's, starting to get this visa, whatever. And 2008, unbeknownst to him, Suda got in debt. She borrowed some money to send money to her family up north or wherever. Take a break in the story right now for 1 second. Just want to give you guys a second. If you wouldn't mind doing me a favor and subscribing to the channel and giving this video a like, it really helps the algorithm. I'm trying to grow the channel. You guys know I'm trying to grow it organically by people watching, liking, not buying views or, you know, whatever people may do. It pisses me off a little bit when I see some channels that nobody's watching the video and they seem to get a bazillion subscribers, and poor old Greenie just working his way up at a snail's pace. You guys feel sorry for me, don't you? So if you can subscribe and like it, doesn't cost you a penny, but it'll really help me out. It actually boosts the video when these things happen on a specific video. I appreciate it. All right, back to the story. She started scheming. She schemed on Ian. What she did was she forged his name on all kinds of documents. She got a power of attorney that she forged his name. All types of fraud like that. And she actually took some things that needed to be notarized into a Thai attorney in Phuket, and the guy notarized it without Ian actually being there, which is, you know, just notarized the signature that she forged and took in. So total bullshit, but you know, for the right price, I guess things can happen. Eventually, Suda takes off and disappears, and Ian's left. He's stuck with the three boys, or he's stuck with the three children. I don't remember if they're boys, girls, whatever. And she's gone. And next thing you know, there's guys coming to the house telling him, hey, you don't own this anymore. You got to get out, or we're gonna hurt you. And out of nowhere, Suda calls them and says, hey, these guys are gonna kidnap the kids. They're gonna hurt you guys. You need to get out of there. And you know, at this point, Ian discovers what happened. You know, he's out $1.5 million. Everything's sold out of his name. Mind you, probably for like pennies on the dollar or 10 cents on the dollar, whatever, because she owed people money. You know, when you loan money to loan sharks, that type of people in Thailand, you pay or you get hurt or your family gets hurt. So that's what happened. So Ian got pretty nervous and he fled to Bangkok and he hired attorneys. Over the time that this was adjudicated, which this whole story, mind you, is like a 15-year story. I mean, this goes on and on. It gets crazy. You're not gonna believe what can actually happen in Thailand. He hires an attorney. He ends up spending about $300,000 in attorney fees trying to recover his property, recover his money, you know, prosecute people. He made police reports, this and that. He ended up going back down to Phuket to proceed with all this. And one of the parties that he was going after made a police report of perjury against him. And the authorities actually took his passport, and so he was stuck in Phuket with no passport, no ID. You know, I don't know if he had a government ID too, but obviously your passport's the most important thing. He's stuck there. Now he's fearing that he's going to be going to jail after he's already out $1.5 million. His wife's gone, and he's taking care of 3 children in Thailand. And he's destitute. You know, he's going broke. He spent $300,000 on attorney fee. Can you? U.S., not Thai baht. I'm talking U.S. dollars. So eventually, the matter of perjury gets cleared up. He's cleared. He's not having any luck recovering his funds or anything. Eventually, they track down Suda, and she did get arrested, and she spent 4 years in prison in Thailand. So, out of all the people, she was the only one that was held a little bit accountable. But all the people that actually got the properties and got everything from her for dirt cheap, nothing happened to them. The story gets worse, though. Check this out. A reporter from the BBC finds out about this and writes a story and does research. Obviously, you know, BBC is it's a honorable news organization, or probably was 20 years ago. Anyways, he does this investigation, writes an article, names people's names, this and that, and somebody made a police report for defamation. So now Ian and this reporter from the BBC are being charged with defamation. There's civil penalties, criminal penalties. It can be either in Thailand. They're totally worried. You know, this is after everything that happened to this guy. It's like the last slap in the face against him. Well, 2015, the court ruled for Ian and the reporter, and they were let loose. But, you know, this process from 2001 to 2015 of Ian just getting battered, beaten, and abused in Thailand and out 1.8 million US dollars. Out, gone. So, anyways, I wanted to share that story with you. That's like, out of all the stories I've heard about people losing money, I know people put money down on condos that are being built, and sometimes they're not built. That's a risk you know about going in. But this guy was totally shysted. You know, I don't know if the girl married him, had kids, and knew initially that she was going to do this. But, you know, like I tell you guys, you got to be very careful about what you do. Make sure you dot all your I's, cross all your T's. And he thought he did. So, you know, you just never know. The system could go against you, you know, especially in some smaller areas. I mean, Phuket's an island. I've heard things can happen there, you know, and this is back, you know, maybe when more things happen. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? You guys know anybody that's been screwed over by their lady and lost everything? This poor guy is taking care of these 3 kids now. You know, hopefully he's got a little bit of money left, but I don't know how you recover after $1.8 million. I wish I had $1.8 million. There is no better smell than fresh cut grass. If you're from a big city and you don't haven't experienced nature and just
What's that thing in your hair? You give it to me. Excuse me, you know where is Gloria? In Dapitan, they seem to have huge jubungas, if you know what I'm saying. You guys gonna get a bus to, no, not a bus, the trike to the bus terminal. There's a trike up here, but I think we gotta get an empty one. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them right here. The bus terminal, I believe that we take a right turn to the bus terminal. Hey, my friends, I'll move this for you. Oh, it's so heavy. Very cool. The bus terminal? Bus terminal. Yeah. Ooh. Thank you, my friend. All right, man. Thank you. Over this way? Okay. Dapitan. Dapitan. Tapolog? Dapitan. Dapitan. Dapitan.
Dapitan.
Yes.
You ride Tapolog.
Is it? Waiting? Oh, I think it just left, right? It is Dapitan, and I got the great pepperonis here. Oh, I'm going to the city center.
Center?
City center.
Center?
Yeah, city. Dapitan City.
Yeah, there, in there.
Okay. Do you have a trike?
Tricycle?
Yeah, do you have a tricycle?
Yeah.
It's full. There's 2 people there. What about that one?
Next one.
Next? Okay, I will wait. I will wait. Maybe there's one more coming.
But this is there for 6 person.
I'm a big boy. It's six small people. Yeah. Let me see. Sorry, guys. There's no way. No. I got my big bag here. Yeah. Why are you covering your face?
Because
Oh, okay. I gotta get a new trike. Yeah. Oh, if I go, you go?
No. We wait for the person, 4 person.
4 person?
Yeah.
How much is 1 person?
20 pesos. 20 pesos.
Per head. Okay.
120.
Okay. How about if I pay 4 people, we go?
Yeah.
Okay, I will pay, okay? Okay. Okay, I gotta pay the guy, but I gotta make sure there's room here first. Hello. Do you have a room available?
For 1 person?
Yeah, just one.
Just for a night?
Just one night, yeah.
Okay. We have 500 without TV or 800 with TV or 1.5.
What about aircon and hot shower?
All rooms with AC, hot shower, 1.5, sir.
Do you have a hot shower?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you want 1,200 first for the room?
I'm kind of in a hurry because the driver, but I need to make change. So, okay, I'll take a cold shower because there's a big price difference, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'll just pay 1.5 for the thing. I'll get a hot shower. Yeah.
Okay.
But I need change. I need 100. Yeah, I need at least 100 so I can give it to him. Sorry, I pay him too, okay? Okay, here we go. Are we in the city center? Is this the city center?
No.
Oh.
Over there.
Okay. How do I go there? Can I walk or do I get a trike?
You can walk.
I can walk? Okay, cool. That's okay. I'll walk. Right here?
Yes. Oh. That will be some time for you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm not complaining. You know me. Okay, I look forward to checking out Dapitan. I want to make sure there is hot water here. Hot water. Okay, what should I do? I'm gonna go to the city center and look for some food and of course some beberoonies. Of course it's hard with the camera. So yeah, the plan is I'm gonna see how I like it down here. So far it looks like a one-day stay, okay? Not like Ozamis, okay? King Ozamis, where I wanted to stay another day. It was so good. But so far, I do love the coast over there, but this is looking like it might be a one-day stay. But I'm gonna check out city center down here, or the plaza, as it's called, and then check out how good is this place really. I'm gonna check this place out. Hello! Hey, my good friend there. Good man. This is what I call like a traditional style house. This is cool. You know, that pension house kind of sucks, but you know, you know what I hate doing is going around to different places looking for a good place to stay. What I want to do is just put my bag down in the first place I see and then go out, you know, go out to the city center and just look around, because you know, of course, what I'd love is a cold beer, but this is we're getting close to the city center. We're not quite in the plaza right now, but apparently, if we head straight down there, there is a place called the plaza. Plaza? Down here, okay. Okay, but there's also supposed to be a coffee shop around here, so I'm gonna hit that coffee shop for a quick swivel. Apparently, I think it's down here. Thing with people always say Google Maps. Oh, really? Okay, well, Google Maps says there is a coffee shop that's open right here. Okay, so screw your Google Maps, you commenters who always say Google Maps for everything. Check on Google Maps. Okay, there's Google Maps. It's a coffee shop right there. So screw your Google Maps, okay, guys? It never works, trust me. It may work in America, Canada, whatnot, but here it's, would you please quit commenting about Google Maps this, Google Maps that, okay? Where am I now? Cook Shack, Chairs Plaza. Oh, wow. Workspace and cafe. I have not had my cup of coffee yet. It's not a bad looking place. Sorry. You guys look pretty busy here. Are you afternoon? I just want to get a coffee, but you guys don't have coffee, do you?
We have coffee.
You do? Where can I sit down?
We have
Oh, no. Where can I sit down?
there or here?
Oh, okay.
Or outside.
Okay. What's in there? Like a workspace?
But the cleaning the aircon.
What's that thing in your hair? Oh, I like it. It's very good. No, it's better if it's on. Oh. You give it to me? Okay, thanks. Thank you. No, it's okay. I just want to, can I sit down and look? Yeah, thanks. Somebody asked, what is the objective? I just want to show you the Dapitan Plaza here. I'm gonna go check out that coffee shop. Sounds like it'll be a better deal. I only stopped at the coffee shop to rest up because there was one big problem. I mean, look, I am dying sometimes when it's so hot outside. I'm just dying. So I just got to stop anywhere that has aircon. It's the one big problem when you're traveling in these small towns is finding some decent freaking internet that freaking works, right? But if you can just find one place that has decent internet, which I could not find in Oriketo or Oriket, and then you can just go there, you can upload your vids there, you can do your business there, because the hotel I was staying at there, Asia Novo, it is kind of it sucks. I mean, look, as far as the internet goes, it freaking sucks. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I get some, what is this?
Iced tea, sir.
Iced tea?
Iced tea.
And then, what's this one?
Pineapple.
Pineapple?
Yeah.
Ooh. I'll get a iced tea, please.
10 per cup, sir.
Okay. 10 pesos?
Yeah, 10 pesos.
Ooh. Thank you. Can you get 10 pesos?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Masarap.
Masarap. Marunong si sir.
Can I get this one too?
Yes.
Yeah, you can just use the same cup. Oh, 10 pesos again, right?
Marunong kang mag-Tagalog, sir? You know how to...
Alam ko.
Ah,
Alam ko.
alam, konti.
Study.
Ah.
Yeah, studying. 10 pesos again. Here we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
Very good. Yeah, thank you. Hey, man. You're a good man. What's that?
The map of Mindanao. You take a picture of this.
Where?
Here.
This the land here? This is amazing. This is Mindanao.
Yeah, yeah. This
Wow,
is the map.
this is beautiful.
You look the marker over there. You can see that. The follow.
Oh, wow. Cool, man. Oh, Dapitan. Where is Dapitan?
Dapitan.
Up here?
Yeah, yeah. There.
Oh, up here. Well, I'm going to go check out the church.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
thank you, man. Yeah. What is this thing? I just wonder.
That is an alcohol for...
Yeah, I gotta say one thing, guys. I gotta say one thing, and I hate to say this in front of the church, but the girls here in Dapitan, they seem to have huge jubungas, if you know what I'm saying. I'm just gonna say huge jubungas, okay? Huge jubungas, and I hate to say that in front of the old church, okay? But that's just the truth. That is the truth. But I'm gonna pass by the church because I'm not really a church guy. I don't know the ethics. It's not my comfort zone. Where should I go? I'm gonna take a left turn down here. Yeah, I would love to go into the church, but I just don't know. It's not my comfort zone, you know? I don't know how it works. I see some people walk in, they put their hands in the water, but I don't know what is the purpose here. What are they doing? So if I go in there, it might be some, hey guys, might be some disrespect. So I don't want to risk, but I know, hey, I was baptized Catholic. I think I was baptized Catholic. But the problem is, I never went, I never practiced. So we're gonna go straight up this road and take a left. And then that's gonna be where the big coffee shop is with the good Wi-Fi. But until then, we're just gonna walk around a bit and check out some more of good old Dapitan. I mean, this is Dapitan. The guy I talked to, he said, there's no better city to live in than Dapitan. And that American guy, he's been here since 2013. But of course, I mean, you go to Malaybalay and you'll see someone there. And he's gonna say, there's no better city than Malaybalay. That's just how it works. People get used to a place, it feels like home. And so that's how it works. The longer you stay there, the more home it feels. But hey, I like this kind of town. It's a beachfront town, so that means you got a breeze all the time. I like this. I like this kind of place. It's like kind of a mix of province, but it's not too province. I mean, look at all the trees back here. I would love to go back there and check it out. It seems like there might be some good hiking. Hey, I might want to head up these stairs. There's a kid here, but he's... Hello. Can I go up the stairs? There's some stairs to the tree. Can I go? It's okay? Okay, thank you. You notice I didn't ask them what's up the stairs because I don't like to know. I don't like to know. I want to be surprised. Oh my God. It's always a party here in the Philly Willy. I mean, look, we all love the Philly Willy, right? I mean, geez Louise, there's just no place like it. Honestly, I'm getting a bit tired. It's much higher than I thought it was. I'm out of shape, I'm out of breath, but it does look interesting. This interesting thing is, although I want to stop right now, I kind of feel motivated to go because it looks interesting. I want to see what's up at the top. Okay, we came up here. We're gonna go around up there. I already tripped twice because some of these things are bigger than other ones. Okay, we start a hike, I guess. This is what I was doing every weekend in Korea with my buddy Andrew. Hiking almost every weekend. That was good fun, but hey, past is the past. I'll probably never hike with Andrew again. Okay, probably not much gonna happen up here. So I'll turn this off and, hey guys, What's that thing in your hair? Interesting thing. Beauty. This is freaking amazing. Guys, Dapitan, I gotta say, Dapitan is a freaking beautiful city. Of course, the social justice warriors are gonna say, you're gonna hunt the babes? That is immoral, unethical, and you should be getting out of the Philly Willy. Guys, all I mean is, I'm gonna hunt the babaroonies. Let's go, guys. I just wanted to add one thing while it's on my mind. Now, I think I've said it before, and I'll have to say it again, because if I say something, like if I said my height, okay, for example, in one video, 3 videos later, someone's gonna say, how tall are you? You know, you have to keep repeating these things sometimes. But I just wanted to repeat, when it comes to like talking to the babaroonies, guys, talking to the babaroonies, you gotta understand, guys, if you are holding a camera, the girls can see the camera, they get spooked out of it. It's not the same as approaching them without the camera on, as you're just a regular guy. Now, when you're approaching them with a camera, you're now like suspicious, like what is this guy doing with the camera? Because they don't know my channel. They don't know, I mean, I could be a stalker, I could be any kind of bad thing out there, right? So I don't blame them for turning their head and covering themselves. I don't blame them. There was this guy on the trike here, he was so obsessed. As soon as I got out of the bus and turned on my camera, boop, his jacket was covering his face, and I'm like, what the hell's wrong with that guy? Sorry. But you never know. I don't know. Maybe he's hiding from someone. People do... Sorry. But you never know. I don't know. Maybe he's hiding from someone. People do what they do, and they got their own reasons, and it's not my business why they do what they do. All I'm trying to say is, don't get your hopes too high when it comes to talking to the babaroonies, unless they're down with the camera. Some girls, maybe they don't care. They don't care. It seems like in the Philly Willy, they really don't care. Except if you got a camera and you're approaching them, then they care. Gonna head down and just see, you know, because I'm open to talking to some babaroonies. What I noticed was the camera was not on. I was at a coffee shop and the girls were walking by in front of the coffee shop. And yes, I did get stares, but what I did notice was, because a lot of guys, hey, are the girls gonna like me in this city? Are they gonna like me in that city? Well, dude, I can't see a picture of you, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, small towns in general, where you don't see foreigners, like excluding Duma, those are gonna be the cities where girls are looking at you. But in the small town, you might get stares at the same time. You also get the shyness. So it's not like a stare equals she likes you. Maybe she's just looking at you because you look different, or you have a big nose or something like that. Guys they say in the comment section, why don't you have the place booked, okay, prior to getting there? And guys, I gotta tell you one thing. Number one, hello, lovely lady. It's really not necessary because there's so many places they're open. I mean, they got vacancy. You really don't have to book ahead. And number two, most places are not listed online. But yeah, guys, as far as the babaroonies go, I give this place an A. Definitely an A, and maybe an A+, because they do have the large breastises too. Now, why they're a bit larger upstairs here, I don't know. It's just what I've seen. I think there's really something in the food or in the water here. Okay, we're gonna go up by the water, guys. The sun's gonna be red in my eyes, but that's okay. Now, the second topic I wanted to talk about was guys saying that I am in danger because I'm in Mindanao. Now, I'm getting a lot of these comments where people are saying it's dangerous there in Mindanao. Now, I just got to say one thing to you guys. I'm just going to say one thing, okay? Say, for example, you're in Chicago and say my friend is in Chicago and their house got broken into. And then I said, I would never live in Chicago because my friend's house got broken into in Chicago. Hello. Hi. Now, what are you going to say to me? Now I'm going to say to you, you've been living in Chicago all your life and nothing bad has ever happened to you. And I'm going to say, well, I would never live in Chicago because my friend's house got broken into there in Chicago. And you're saying, well, things could happen anywhere, you're going to say. You're going to try and defend Chicago because you've never had a problem there. And the same thing is in Mindanao. Yes, in the past, there have been some problemos in Mindanao, but the past is the past, as women like to say when they got a high notch count. The past is the past, and it works. It works for them. And it's the same thing with Mindanao. Hello. It's the same thing with Mindanao. There were problems in the past with Mindanao, with these kinds of you know, paperoonies. But hey, look, I'm in Mindanao, never had a problem. People live in Mindanao and they've never had a problem. There's one YouTuber lives in Dipolog, which is the red zone, okay? And there's another guy lives in the red zone. I think his name is Red Zone Mindanao, I think. And these guys live there. They've lived there for a long time and they've never had a problem. So for you to think that you just jump off the boat and it's gonna be danger, danger, danger time because Mr. Smith just jumped off the boat, Mr. Americano. Think realistically, guys. Think realistically. There won't be any problem. I mean, guys have been living here and staying here in Mindanao for a long time. They didn't have a problem. So what makes you think that you just come to Mindanao and you're gonna have some problemo? Few problems. How many of them are gonna cause you problemos? That's what I gotta say. None are gonna cause you problems. You're as safe can be if you come here. Look, I'm in, what's the city called? Dapitan. I think it's called Dapitan. And in this city is, you could say, it's as close to the red zone as you can get without being in the red zone, maybe, you could say. Hey, look at me, I'm walking around here. Look, look, what's the problemo, folks? Hello, do you know Gloria's? Gloria?
Gloria?
Yes. Straight?
Yeah, straight, that's...
And then left turn?
Left turn.
Straight to the water?
You have to... Do you need to walk there?
Maybe, I don't know. Where is
away.
it? I don't, is there
You
taxi
have
here?
to
No, because
ride a cab.
No, but you have to have some small change. I just have some change and they can't make a change, so it's okay. I will walk. Because if I give 500 or something, they like this, right? So I just walk, it's okay. Straight up to the water?
There and then go left.
Thank you so much. Okay.
You're welcome.
Hey, are you okay on YouTube? Are you okay on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, regular guy. Regular guy. YouTube, okay? Okay. Yeah. I think she doesn't care. Maybe she doesn't watch YouTube. But she's a good girl. She is a good girl. So I'm gonna go straight up here as she says. Actually, I think somebody already gave me directions, so I knew where it was. But asking directions is a really good, easy, diplomatic way of talking to some hunt, you know, the baberoonies, you know, you gotta have some diplomatic way. But as far as I know, hello, lovely lady. Guys, I freaking hate this freaking Insta. I just want to freaking break this thing so I have an excuse to get a new one. Freaking hell, how many times am I gonna push this little tiny microscopic record button and it's not actually gonna record? I find out later. I just recorded a whole bunch of stuff there, guys. Sorry to nag and complain, guys, but this freaking camera pisses me off. But, I mean, how can you be pissed off when you got a setting like this? I mean, this is a real beach, guys. You don't even see rocks on the beach. This is freaking amazing. But one thing I wanted to talk about was, that I just talked about, but it was not recording, was the fact that people have commented, and this is kind of a fun thing to talk about, like regular comments I'm getting on the Regular Guy channel, right? And one of these regular comments is, you're a loser because you need YouTube to support yourself. Hey, I take offense to this statement. My good peeperoonies, I take offense to this. This is strictly true. I gotta say, it is strictly true. I do need YouTube to support myself. I cannot live here without the tubiest of tubes. This channel is about a guy who was at his wit's end. Could not take his job anymore, could not take his life anymore. I was basically in a boat going down the river and everything was just nice and comfortable. And one day I realized, holy crap, there's a waterfall. Now, what can I do? I'm already down the river that much. How can I do? Well, what I had to do was, basically there were two options. I could do the irresponsible thing and become a YouTuber, or I could do the responsible thing and go home and become like an accountant or an electrician, basically work for the next 25 years and then retire, right? Hey, yeah, those are my two options. One is better than the other. Both have their pluses and minuses. And I just want to say, I chose the tubiest of tubes. And the reason is, I just really didn't want to go home. I don't like Canada. I don't like the direction the West is going, and a lot of people don't. That's why they want to come here. And that's the reason I chose tubes, because basically I'm a big believer in following your own heart. And hey, My heart was saying, do the tubes. You've got to do the tubes, because if you are going to go home and do the whole accounting thing, right? That is going to be the responsible thing. Hey, my mother would love it if I became an accountant, but I would not be happy. My mother would be real happy, but I would not be happy. So I did not become an accountant, and instead I became a tuber. And so people who say that I am irresponsible because I was a tuber, because I followed the way of tubing instead of going home and doing an accountant, like a lot of people did. Hey, a lot of people did, and they are correct. That is exactly what I should be doing. Now, the only problem is, you know, I'm not going to get like a national pension or anything like that, right, when I get older. But, okay, wait. Here is no covering the mic hole. There's only one mic hole. And now I'm covering the mic hole. So you tell me which one is the better way to go, okay? As far as I'm concerned, it's probably better covering the mic hole because the wind is going to make it so noisy that I can't even hear myself anyway. But I think my hotel is somewhere down here, so I'm going to go check it out. But man, this is Dapitan. Excuse me, you know where is Gloria? Gloria. This way? Oh yeah, apparently Gloria's down here somewhere. It's so windy, guys. It is so windy that it's actually pretty cool. I've been walking around all day and I'm not breaking a sweat. It's entirely to do with it being so windy. I mean, look at the waves. They're pretty big, man. This is windy here. When they say there's only Wi-Fi in the lobby, of course. It's just the Philly Willy. I mean, they don't care. How about just make your hotel a place that people actually want to go to? Why is this so hard to understand? Do you really think people want to go all the way to the lobby to use the Wi-Fi? Come on, guys, wake up. If you want to sort of extend how far your Wi-Fi can go, it's called a Wi-Fi extender. You plug it into the outlet in your house and it'll make the Wi-Fi, number one, it'll make it faster, and then number two, it'll make it go further distance. They don't care. They don't care. I don't know where the hell this Gloria is. I feel like going back to that plaza where the hot baby-roonies are. I think I'll get the 8 a.m. Montenegro bus, ferry. 8 a.m. and the next one is 2 p.m. I just want to get there early, get it over with. There's nothing to do here tomorrow. I basically went to the city center, walked around, and that's always my mission when I go to a new city. Go to the city center, walk around, see what's happening, and then get the hell out of Dodge.
What's up, guys? So as you probably know, we've been to Thailand and Philippines multiple times, 3 times to each country, and the question that we always get is which one do we prefer? So in this video we're going to compare the different aspects of traveling to the Philippines and to Thailand to help you guys decide which one to travel to.
So we're gonna cover things Baldur's Gate 3 has been the talk of the town over the past few days. It's been getting very good reviews, it has been hitting pretty great Steam player numbers, but journalists have been milking the game for all it's worth, posting article after article, and of course that means most of them are actively proving how hypocritical they are, and I felt this was a really good time to call them out over it. I have a few different things to show off, but before we get into the topic, if you enjoy the content that I create, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. Follow me on social media so you can see when my content is posted, and of course if you do really enjoy the videos and live streams I create, consider becoming a Dark Titan via Patreon or a supporter via YouTube memberships. So this all started because they decided to post this article titled Baldur's Gate 3 isn't ashamed of nudity, it actively celebrates it. And I'm constantly talking about nudity in video games and just sexual content in general, because unfortunately we see it censored very often. It is just something that happens. It's something that I do try my very best to cover. And another part of that are journalists who shame games that end up putting sex, nudity, anything like that. And now, instead of shaming Larian in Baldur's Gate 3, they are praising it, which just shows their sheer hypocrisy. So, this of course is The Gamer by Jade King. When I meet a new party member in Baldur's Gate 3, I strip them naked. I know it sounds weird, and it kind of is, but I swear it isn't part of some perverse hazing ritual. The reason I do it is that Larian Studios has taken an approach to nudity that isn't juvenile despite its rampant explicitness. Seconds before starting a new game, you're asked if you want to enable or disable nudity. Unlike Dragon Age or Mass Effect, nudity isn't merely present in tasteful sex scenes, defined by the occasional butt cheek and smattering of side boob. They simply say that it is gleefully nude. So they are saying that this game does nudity correct. And why do they say it does nudity correct? Well, because nudity doesn't just happen in tasteful sex scenes. It is comedic, it is humorous, it happens at the most bizarre times. And this is rich, coming from someone who has written several articles attacking gamers for liking nudity, for liking attractive female characters. This is one of their more notable articles published in 2022. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 needs to avoid being weirdly horny anime nonsense. Oh, so it's okay when one developer you like does nudity and does sex jokes all the time and puts lots of sex scenes in their game, but if it happens in an anime game, oh no, you're just supporting weirdly horny anime nonsense. Then they attack gamers. It says it still trades in beloved platformers and masterful adventure games, but alongside them you'll find JRPGs like Xenoblade Chronicles that lean into the very best and worst of what it means to be a horny gamer. Lecherous basement dwellers will still cry censorship at the removal of vagina bones or panty shots in games like Tokyo Mirage Sessions, but compared to a couple of decades ago, the sexualization found across certain Nintendo titles is more prevalent than it's ever been. Okay, so they're saying that we cannot, want censorship of things like vagina bones or panty shots, but you can like straight up sex scenes in Baldur's Gate 3. Why don't we go to another example? This was from 2023 by Jade King as well. Resident Evil 4 no longer sexualizing its women is a good thing. So it's okay that Baldur's Gate 3 has full-on sex scenes, but it's not okay that Resident Evil 4 doesn't have panty shots anymore. I just truly do not understand the sheer hypocrisy here, because you guys know my stance. I am for everything being in games. I'm not sitting here saying that we should be censoring games, that panty shots should be censored. I'm not even saying that Baldur's Gate 3 should be censored, even though there have been a lot of clips going viral that are very cringe, and I hate that word, but they are very cringe. I'm not sitting here saying this is awful, degenerate content, and you guys are awful for supporting it. I would never say that, because I am all for options for players, and I think that it's great that these journalists, that there's individuals who are enjoying this content, even if I'm not one of those people. But at the same time, if this was us, if we were sitting here saying, it's got, you know, so much sex in it, this is amazing, we would be called pervs and degenerates and disgusting individuals. And while these two specific articles were by Jade King, of course, the gamer has put up several attacks on video games in general over the past few years. One was Skullgirls. They said that people are overreacting to the fact that they tone down panty shots. And then you get into things like Rockstar needs to grow up about sex. No, Rockstar doesn't need to be censored, but if they continue to focus on moving stories like that of DR2, it makes less sense to make sex a joke. And then we have Saints Row the Third's depiction of sex work is dated and ugly, and I did actually make a tweet about this, but they're saying that Baldur's Gate 3 is stunning and brave for featuring full sex scenes and nudity because it's comedic, right? Because it's got that hilarious edge. But the same exact site has claimed that sex was treated like too much of a joke in GTA 5, and Saints Row 3's depiction of sex work was dated and ugly because it was treated as a joke. These people are clowns, they are hypocrites, they cannot keep their stances straight. And I understand, right, with some of those, they were not specifically Jade King, and you could say, oh, it's not the same writer, but it's the same site, and these people do ultimately represent the site that they work for, and all of these articles are up. I specifically made sure to not use an archive for any of these, even though I usually do because I don't want to give them my clicks, but none of these are archives. These are actively up, meaning they still stand by these stances. I am just so sick of the hypocrisy because, again, if this was us, if we were celebrating a game because it's got full sex and nudity, we would be called degenerates over it. I had posted this tweet, but it says journalists will praise this content but call us degenerates for enjoying anime or attractive fictional characters, and it is a scene where you have a bugbear and ogre in a barn having sex. Two creatures that aren't real, just like anime characters who they complain about that, spoiler alert, aren't real either. I mean, this is true nightmare fuel, and of course journalists and streamers are praising it, yet gamers are roasting them. This displaces Gorlock. This is an absolutely hilarious meme. It's because they want more realistic depictions of their people like this. Thank you for this. I shall now proceed to bleach my eyes until I can no longer see color. I don't know, we can't have attractive females in video games, but we can have, like, the most degenerate content possible. We can have characters that look like this, but oh no, if we have an attractive female, that's just terrible. That's unrealistic. Do I think that these journalists would ever listen to our feedback and care? Absolutely not. They are only out there to post hate bait articles and ultimately, yes, try to get your hate clicks. We have seen it time and time again. They don't actually care about the things that they're spewing. They don't actually care about the gaming industry either. These people want to be political activists, but they simply came into the gaming space because they thought it would be a very easy way to start their careers, and well, they're still around, and I would love to see them all go. But these are some of the new angles that are being pushed, that Baldur's Gate 3 isn't ashamed of nudity. It actively celebrates it because it's comedic, but yet other games have been shunned and attacked for having comedic nudity and sex in their games as well. It makes absolutely no sense, completely hypocritical of these journalists. I'm sure we're going to see more articles like this releasing in the near future about this game, but for now, that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comment section down below. If you enjoyed this, make sure to give it a like, share it, and subscribe to the channel. And of course, if you didn't, make sure to give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I will talk to you all again in the next video really soon. The Hollywood strikes have not been going well for the creatives and actors, as so many of them have either turned on each other or just made themselves look even worse, like Rachel Zegler, but it seems that there is no end in sight because the recent negotiations completely fell through. I have a few different things to show off, but before we get into the topic, if you enjoy the content that I create, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. Follow me on social media so you can see when my content is posted, and of course, if you do really enjoy the videos and live streams I create, consider becoming a Dark Titan via Patreon or a supporter via YouTube memberships. So I wanted to start off with this Deadline article. It says, meeting for the first time in more than 3 months, the Writers Guild and the AMPTP on Friday failed to reach an agreement to resume contract negotiations. Their inability to agree on terms for returning to the bargaining table comes after their much-anticipated meeting to discuss a possible resumption of talks. Now, when it comes to the Hollywood strikes, I know there's a lot of people out there that don't care about them, and let's be honest, these are a lot of people that have ruined the industry from the inside out. Writers, directors, actors, just creatives in general who have pushed narratives into our content, who are putting out bottom of the barrel content, and it is hard to feel bad for them because of course so many of them get paid such a massive amount of money. That's why I think it's ridiculous that a lot of the actors are striking, because they're there in solidarity to stand by these creatives, but we're talking about people who get paid $10-20 million for a TV series or a movie, and it just is almost like a slap in the face to the creatives because they're the ones who are saying that they're not getting paid enough when all the money is going to these top tier actors. But when it comes to the strikes, you know, obviously this is going to hurt the industry in so many ways. The number one way is just content output. There is nothing that is going to be put out that is, you know, of the highest quality, right? We're not going to see Mission Impossibles. We're not going to see Oppenheimers or Barbies, because all of these things are going to be delayed. We don't know how far back things are going to be pushed off at this point, but it is being talked about that if these strikes continue for even just a few more weeks, we are going to see massive delays in films going forward, and even movies that are completed right now or close to being completed are completely on hiatus because of these strikes. And there's also some films that are being outright delayed because they don't even want to release them while these strikes are going on. And to me, I am not as affected by this, right? Because I could just go and play video games. Video games aren't affected by this. I love video games. Video games are a hell of a lot better than what Hollywood is putting out. And honestly, so many of these people needed a slap in the face by reality. They are not irreplaceable. They are not perfect, amazing individuals putting out the best content. They did deserve kind of a slap in the face with reality. And to make it even worse for them, we have CFOs bragging about the strikes and what it is doing to these individuals. The Warner Brothers Discovery Chief Financial Officer, Gunnar Weinsfeld, recently revealed the company has saved over $100 million due to the ongoing Writers Guild of America and SAG-AFTRA strikes. During the company's Q2 2023 earnings result webcast, he touted the company's $1.7 billion in free cash flow and pointed to a number of factors contributing to it. One of the points is cost saving due to the strikes. He said modest cash savings from the impact of the strikes, which we estimate were in the low $100 million range during the quarter. This is, just such a slap in the face to the creatives, basically saying, well, you know, while you guys are striking, we're saving money, so this is actually good for us because we don't actually have to pay you guys right now. And ultimately, down the line, we will see these people back to their jobs. We are going to see an end to the strike. But the longer it plays out, really just the more middle fingers that the higher-ups are giving to the people who are striking. We have heard that what the, creatives want are pretty absurd demands, and it's a classic tactic of asking for an absurd amount of whatever they're looking for, in this case money, and the other side being studios wanting that number cut in half, and neither want to budge. But again, the longer it goes on, the longer and more it is going to hurt these individuals, because yes, they are striking because they want to be paid more, but at the same time they are not working, they are not getting paid for work, and the companies are just saving money. And realistically, this was a direct response to the journalists who have claimed that the strikes were costing studios over $600,000 per week. So none of these numbers line up. I'm sure that it's somewhere in the middle. I'm sure that they're not making as much money or saving as much money, because it does cost them to keep things on pause and keep productions delayed. But at the same time, it's true, they're not paying half the people that they were. And this has been talked about on social media quite a lot. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of actors that are coming out and making some very contradicting statements. We had Stephen Amell actually be attacked recently. He played Oliver Queen in Arrow, and he recently came out and was talking about the strikes, and he got attacked for his opinion, and then he of course walked back on it. And then we have Rachel Zegler, who decided to get on camera at one of these rallies and said, if I'm gonna stand there for 18 hours in a dress of an iconic Disney princess, I deserve to be paid for every hour. She really made herself look even worse. I mean, this tweet blew up 40 million views. She's, of course, making it about herself like many of these actors are doing. These strikes are not happening because of actors like this. She's getting paid millions of dollars to play Snow White. We don't know the exact amount, but all of the other actresses have gotten very large sums of money. And I'm sure that she is as well, yet she's out here saying, I deserve to be paid. You are being paid, and you're being paid far more than the people who felt that they needed to strike because they weren't making as much money as someone like you. I mean, it's absurd, right? This is why I don't like Hollywood. This is why I don't like a lot of the actors that are in the industry, because they are constantly saying things that just make themselves look worse, and they're always so full of themselves. I do think that ultimately these strikes will be over in the next few weeks. I don't think that they're going to continue on for months and months, but we really don't know at this point. It seems like nobody wants to, come to an agreement, and the strikes are, at least at this point, continuing on indefinitely. I, of course, will be following the situation. I will probably end up covering it more in the future, but for now, that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comment section down below. If you enjoyed this, make sure to give it a like, share it, and subscribe to the channel. And of course, if you didn't, make sure to give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I will talk to you all again in the next video really soon. Anita Sarkeesian has been a plague to the video game industry, and while every few months she says something absurd to get attention on social media, she's been getting roasted now that Feminist Frequency is finally shutting down. But of course, journalists are running to her defense, saying she's been harassed since the announcement, and we need to respect her because it was stunning and brave that she started the organization in the first place. I have a few different things to show off, but before we get into the topic, if you enjoy the content that I create, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. Follow me on social media so you can see when my content is posted. And of course, if you do really enjoy the videos and the live streams I create, consider becoming a Dark Titan via Patreon or a supporter via YouTube memberships. So, I have already talked about the fact that Feminist Frequency is shutting down after 15 years, and I think that this is great. Obviously, people like Anita have already done damage to the industry, but it's still a win, and we have to take the wins where we can. And I'm sure that she's going to have some big new grift in the next few months to announce. But now, of course, the journalists are running to her defense. Let's start with this article from Gaming Mag. It says, Feminist Frequency, the award-winning nonprofit from Anita Sarkeesian, is officially shutting down in early 2024. I think that this is hilarious, claiming, oh my God, it's award-winning. It won one award in like 2015. That's literally it. And Anita Sarkeesian originally created Feminist Frequency back in 2009, where her YouTube videos analyzed, examined, and criticized the way women were portrayed and treated in video games through a feminist lens. Her Tropes versus Women series often looked at different tropes within media, such as the damsel in distress or women as rewards. I have never had any problems like this with the video game industry. As a female, I love seeing strong, sexy women. I love seeing women who end up in romances and fall in love. I'm perfectly fine with damsels in distress because not every female character is the same. Even back in 2009 when she was claiming this and other people like her were claiming this, it just wasn't the case. You did have strong women who were not just sexualized objects. But it says, speaking to Polygon about her departure and the ceasing of operations, Sarkeesian stated her reasoning for ending Feminist Frequency was because of burnout. She says that she can't vacation or that she can't offload it anymore. I'm sorry, you've been on vacation since you started Feminist Frequency. Never a day since have you actually had to do legitimate hard work, Anita. Boo-hoo, cry me a river and float upstream. She acts like she is so bothered by things that people say on social media about her, but she clearly doesn't care because every few months she's grasping for attention. She's posting dumb shit on social media to try to get attention, and she knows by saying specific things it's going to upset people, and she's going to get that attention, and she's going to get those clicks. So she really just creates the situations that she is claiming are so negative for herself. But it says this isn't surprising at all, considering the overwhelming amount of hatred that followed Sarkeesian and her team at Feminist Frequency throughout the years, from 2009 to even now, where a sleuth of bigotry and ignorance has been leveled at the non-profit, even on their goodbye post. It cannot be understated just how terrible Sarkeesian and her team were often treated. There was always a lot of criticism levied towards them, and yes, I mean, people online are brutal. People might be hurting your feelings, but there's a big reason why people hate Anita Sarkeesian and Feminist Frequency, and that is because she has damaged the video game industry. We have heard that multiple companies have, consulted with her about the way that women are treated in their games. Of course, one of the most notable being Naughty Dog. We also have Arcane many years ago. These studios did talk to Anita and consult with her about females in their video games, and she's never really done anything positive for the industry. Of course, she thinks that what she has done is stunning and brave. These individuals think that she is stunning and brave because she has brought feminism to the industry, but really she's only hurt it. No matter how much these people want to try to say that, oh, she just wanted to build a safer gaming culture and wanted to, protect women in games and all of this, she really hasn't done anything but make herself money. I mean, that's what it boils down to. She doesn't actually care about feminism in gaming and the game industry getting healthier, what she thinks is healthier. She just wants money. And we also have the Pink News putting out an article defending her, saying Feminist Frequency, the gaming not-for-profit organization that has faced relentless misogynist harassment campaigns for more than a decade, has revealed that it's closing down. It's never, oh yeah, they were heavily scrutinized by gamers. No, it's of course just misogynist harassment. They just cannot accept the fact that there are people who have criticized her, and criticism is perfectly fine. It says, of course, the organization's main goal was to end toxicity and abuse in the games industry through grassroots campaign work and videos designed to pick apart misogynistic and bigoted tropes in the media. She, of course, wrote, "With my heart stuffed full of a million different emotions, I share the news with you that Feminist Frequency is closing. Good riddance." Again, she has, damaged the industry. People like Zoe Quinn as well, Brianna Wu as well, but we have to take this as a win, or else we're never going to find a win in anything, right? It's finally shutting down, and the best part is that it's like a double whammy. So there are people who, of course, have now heard that it's closing down and are laughing and are saying good riddance, but there were also people who have said they weren't shut down already, which is just so freaking hilarious to me, because Feminist Frequency has not done anything in years, right? They had a big social media following, almost 700,000 followers on their main Twitter account, but they never were in the news because they were doing things or they were starting new campaigns, none of that. And I do genuinely think, again, a main reason is because this only really boiled down to money for someone like Anita. She started it because, of course, she wanted to smash her way into the industry and make money, and now that she has gotten into developers' heads and has consulted on games, that money's just going straight into her pocket. It's not like she's actually putting it back into this organization that, of course, is now dying, because that's why they had to shut down, because they weren't doing anything. It was basically just a name and a social media account, and I'm happy to hear that Feminist Frequency is finally closing, but it's really no surprise to see so many journalists coming out saying, after years of the misogynist harassment, they've unfortunately given up because of that. They gave up because at the end of the day, they were really doing nothing, and Anita Sarkeesian is always looking for a new grift, and who knows what her next one will be. Back last year in November, she started like this podcast, and she tried to heavily promote it, and it seems that that's kind of like dead at this point. So who really knows? She's probably got something else up her sleeve. She's always looking for a way to make money and tear apart the industry she claims to love, even though clearly she doesn't. And if there's any more Feminist Frequency news, I will definitely be covering it, but for now, that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comment section down below. If you enjoyed this, make sure to give it a like, share it, and subscribe to the channel. And of course, if you didn't, make sure to give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I will talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. The American Civil Liberties Union of Colorado has sued the FBI, the Colorado Springs Police Department, and local officers for illegally spying on a local activist in a community organizing hub in Colorado Springs. The lawsuit accuses the agencies of, quote, unconstitutional and invasive search and seizure of the phones, computers, devices, and private chats of people and groups whose message the Colorado Springs Police Department dislikes, unquote. The lawsuit was filed on behalf of a local activist and the Chinook Center, a community organizing hub in Colorado Springs. This comes after revelations the FBI had infiltrated the Chinook Center by sending an undercover police detective named April Rogers to volunteer there in 2020. This was part of a broader FBI effort to infiltrate racial justice and left-leaning groups in Colorado after the police killing of George Floyd. The FBI's role in infiltrating protest movements in Colorado was first exposed by the investigative reporter Trevor Aronson, who writes for The Intercept and created the Alphabet Boys podcast. In this clip, Aronson describes what happened when April Rogers was forced to testify in another case.
Charles Johnson's lawyer is named Allison Blackwell.
So a lot to go over today because we're talking about a hidden capstone dungeon because, yes, this ultimately leads us into the discussion of, you got it, World Tier 5. So we're going to talk about that, but also we're going to be diving into some important stuff about, yes, the cash shop, and we're going to be talking about the most boring element of Diablo 4. You're going to have to let me know if you agree with this one or not, and how they can actually address this issue as well. But let's get into this one right here from icyveins.com. Check it out, World Tier 5 Capstone Dungeon revealed. And if we scroll down here, the article says this: there's been a lot of discussion surrounding one particular season journey objective lately, specifically the description of Echoes of Lilith one has stirring up speculation about a potential World Tier 5 capstone dungeon. Today we have iBroken97 diving into the details. After spotting this strange seasonal objective description, they found evidence of a capstone dungeon in some leaked footage of the closed in-game beta. The Archives of Isulia is the key location found in the beta as an actual dungeon. Now, this leads us to this Reddit post right here, Forget to Rename, or World Tier 5 Capstone Leaked. I cannot show you this post. This was from iBroken97, and I cannot show leaked footage, but it is legit. But you know what? We got to head back to the Icy Veins article, because it goes on to say this. The actual locations where we fight the Echo are Path to Hatred and Throne of Hatred. However, the archives are nowhere to be found. iBroken97 went on to find the location of this capstone dungeon in the beta, as well as the lack of thereof in the live game. Now, the real question becomes, what exactly happened to the archives? Were they just removed in favor of a simple pinnacle boss fight in the Echo of Lilith, never to return, or will we see them come back with the already data mined World Tier 5? So yeah, if you go into his Reddit post, he has these comparisons of the beta map versus the live service map, and there's apparently like a hidden dungeon or dungeon that you just cannot access currently in the version of Diablo 4 right now that was somehow accessible in the beta. Now, I think this could be a World Tier 5 type capstone dungeon that is locked away currently and might be unlocked to us in the future. But the question is, what else is going on with World Tier 5 investigation? So check it out right here. Back to icyveins.com. It says Diablo 4 World Tier 5, new gem ranks, and more data mining. We scroll down here. It goes on to say this. The data mining has begun on new and upcoming features. Datamine ARPG has been digging around and found evidence for a new world tier as well as more gem ranks in the game files. Now, these could be there for different reasons, testing and such, but it seems pretty obvious that we will be getting more world tiers and gems at some point, so it is likely legitimate. Let's talk more about World Tier 5, shall we? So, we scroll on down here. It says, there's also a placeholder for the capstone dungeon that will grant access to World Tier 5 in the files located in Fractured Peaks. Now, the game definitely needs a new world tier, and soon, as we've seen what high-level players are doing on World Tier 4. Hopefully, when the new tier arrives, it also will be launched on Eternal Realms at the same time as Seasonal. I would expect that to be the case, or I think people would be quite pissed off. Or if they do launch it on Seasonal only at first, it would eventually end up in the Eternal Realm. But with the way they're handling new uniques, new legendaries, they introduce them currently to both Seasonal and Eternal. So I think that would go for, you know, anything like a new world tier. All right, so goes on to say this. New gem ranks. Here's the next rank for gems. You may want to hold onto the flawless ones we're getting now so you can upgrade them to these new ones. Interesting. I feel like gems are so abundant. Don't even worry about it. Says there are also more ranks coming up to rank 8. There isn't data nor a naming convention that provides a clue about rank 6. However, according to the game files, rank 7 is currently named Magnificent, and the final rank 8 is named Perfect. It's important to note that these names may still change before their official release. This comes from Datamine ARPG. It says this, there's also speculation on the exact numbers on the bonuses on the new game, as well as some minor seasonal information like the fact that we may be getting season chapters. Make sure you check it out. So yeah, a lot of this data mining actually came true. Then it goes on to say this, there's a note here, and finally there's a note on how well Blizzard are protecting their data from spoilers and similar. Blizzard is actually doing a commendable job of keeping the ship as leak-free as possible by omitting items or data from future content. However, due to my extensive experience with Immortal over the past year, I was still able to pick up a trail that led to this discovery, which tells me, could they have put it in there on purpose? That's a big question that makes me wonder. It is a possibility. I feel like sometimes they want to generate interest in the game by creating like sort of like fake leaks or access to supposed leaks. But yeah, let me know if you guys would come back to Diablo 4 if a World Tier 5 was introduced. Perhaps they introduced even more types of weapons beyond Ancestral. Now that would definitely pique my interest for sure. All right, so we got to head on over to Reddit. Check it out right here. It says, is it just me or does the cash shop make no sense from a core concept standpoint, Spartan 1088 has some great points here. Stick with me, trust me, it's worth it. Says they're trying to be like Apex Legends, $20 through $25 skins, FOMO rotation, bundles, etc. All they need is $140 mythic skins and they will be on par. Apex Legends was the only other game I saw to pull these prices so arrogantly. What I don't get is, does Blizzard even know what their product is? It's a game where you make new characters every season. You don't typically main something. Very few people are going to make Jeff the Barbarian 15 times in a row. The reason the shop is so laughable is nobody sees the logic in getting a $25 skin because they have no bond with their character. It's built on seasonal rotation. People will then want to mix it up, try opposite sex, try new classes. Why would anyone spend $25 knowing they are going to move on when the buffs nerfs come out? They would have made so much more money on $5 to $10 skin purchases because then it would be justified having little fun with looks. Blizzard's cash shop team is a prime evil example of a company having professional knowledge of manipulation tactics with zero knowledge of their IP. I totally agree. That's the ultimate conclusion of this post, I think, is that the prices are just still absolutely absurd in the cash shop. Let me know how many items you guys have bought in the shop. I have bought 0 so far. I'm withholding no matter what because I believe they need to introduce more cool things in the actual rotation of the open world itself. Yes, we have the battle pass for seasons, but I think there needs to be cool drops in the open world. I think that's why people play the chase, you know? When it's on the battle pass, it's kind of like you're still chasing after tiers, you know, I suppose, but it's just not as interesting in my opinion. All right, so next up, we have this one right here. It says, the most boring element of Diablo 4 are basic attacks. This one comes from Pain Z. It goes on to say this, with all the flaws Diablo 4 has, I think...
All right, today we're going to talk about how we can find out and how much we can find out and what it takes to get there. So first we have to decide how much
So a lot to go over today because we're sometimes they want to generate interest in the game by creating like sort of like fake leaks or access to supposed leaks. But yeah, let me know if you guys would come back to Diablo 4 if a World Tier 5 was introduced. Perhaps they introduced even more types of weapons beyond Ancestral. Now that would definitely pique my interest for sure. All right, so we got to head on over to Reddit. Check it out right here. It says, is it just me or does the cash shop make no sense from a core concept standpoint? Spartan 1088 has some great points here. Stick with me, trust me, it's worth it. It says they're trying to be like Apex Legends, $20 through $25 skins, FOMO rotation, bundles, etc. All they need is $140 mythic skins and they will be on par. Apex Legends was the only other game I saw to pull these prices so arrogantly. What I don't get is, does Blizzard even know what their product is? It's a game where you make new characters every season. You don't typically main something. Very few people are going to make Jeff the Barbarian 15 times in a row. The reason the shop is so laughable is nobody sees the logic in getting a $25 skin because they have no bond with their character. It's built on seasonal rotation. People will then want to mix it up, try opposite sex, try new classes. Why would anyone spend $25 knowing they are going to move on when the buffs nerfs come out? They would have made so much more money on $5 to $10 skin purchases because then it would be justified having little fun with looks. Blizzard's cash shop team is a
Speak. Chook, you believe you can survive without me? As you say, do not.
These boots have seen everything. Here we go.
Good morning. How do you feel? A pity. Just be grateful I'm not a true vampire. A bite from them and you might wake up as a vampire spawn, like my good self. All of a vampire's hunger, but few of their powers. Oh no, I should be cinders in this light. I hadn't seen the sun for 200 years before we crashed here. Someone, or something, wants me alive. They've changed the rules. Standing in the sun, wading through a river, wandering into homes without an invitation. They're all perfectly mundane activities now. As for my other quirks, well, we can figure those out in time. That's my theory, but who knows? I'm just glad you're being sensible about these revelations. I was worried people might turn up with torches and pitchforks. Although there's still time.
A vampire? Well, that explains the pallor. Given our group's nature, I don't see much harm. We're each monsters in the making, after all.
Fine. As long as he keeps his fangs off our necks.
She's not wrong. We're bound together, no matter what comes.
I just better not wake with any holes in my neck.
There now. We're all friends again. Shall we go? There's a long day ahead of us. Need something? Why do you insist on exhuming? I was asleep, perhaps I still... But now... I've been conveniently... It's... In theory, the next step is to drink their blood. People the biggest... So why would it... Trust me. It doesn't happen. Excuse me? Not every monster hunter with... Then again, not exactly... Fine, I'll bite. What did he look like? A Gur? What are those vagabonds? Khazad-dûr. Of course he'd send a Gur to hunt me down. Khazad-dûr Zar is a vampire lord in Baldur's. He turned me nearly 200 years ago. I became his spawn. And he became my torment. First, they make excellent monster hunters, so find a vampire spawn. Second, they're the reason I'm like this in the first place. It was a group of Gur that I would have died had Khazad-dûr not appeared and saved me. Well, he didn't mention the slave, and now he sends a Gur monster hunter for me. He's reminding me of his power. Even in the middle of nowhere, he can reach me. And he wants me back. Maybe he wants to make an example of me, to show what happens to a runaway. Or maybe he thinks death is too good for me. Concerned? Do you know the power Vampire Lord possesses? He can change shape, turn into mist, call wolves to do his bidding, shrug off blows like they're nothing. He could walk into our camp tonight and kill you with his bare hands. And you'd be lucky if death was the worst thing that happened to you. You don't understand. You just trust me when I say we need to be careful. We just have to be vigilant. We can probably make an exception for Will. Probably. I won't lie. It's tempting. If I keep the tadpole, I risk transforming into a grotesque monster. If I lose the tadpole, Khazad-dûr has control of me, body and soul, and I return to the shadows. It's grim either way. So why not sell what's left of my soul to a devil? Better he has it than Khazad-dûr. You're familiar with the phrase, better the devil you know? I know Khazad-dûr. And I'll take anything that saves me from that. I've already apologized. Unless you're looking for another nibble. No innocence. You have my word. After all, you know what I am now. And if I happen to drain the occasional bandit during a fight, what's the harm? They're just as dead. Excellent. Now, shall we go? I'm already darling, lead.
Still breathing, despite everything. Another step forward. Open up.
Don't touch me. Let's move. Neither seen nor heard.
Defender of the people.
Watch your back. Yes, please.
Never a dull moment. Best be on my way. What's hiding here? The gate. Best foot forward. Still alive, so that's progress. Moving ahead.
How delicious. Should be easy.
Have a lot on my mind and, well, in it. moving in. What's in here? shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Keep the blade close. Hardly a challenge.
Killed a few giant bats in my day, but never hunted a vampire.
Just a reminder.
sharp as ever. No time to rest. Something's on my mind.
I suppose you want to hear about Cazador. My old master. Before the mind flayers took me from him. Before this strange, twisted... Cazador Zar is a vampire lord in Baldur's Gate. The patriarch of his coven, and a monster obsessed with power. Not political power or military power, I mean power over people. The power to control them completely. He turned me nearly 200 years ago. I became his spawn, and he became my tormentor. Not him, no. A gang of thugs attacked me, angry about a ruling that I'd handed down as magistrate. They beat me to death's door when Cazador appeared. He chased them off and offered to save me, to give me eternal life. Given that my choices were eternal life or bleed to death on the street, I took him up on the offer. It was only afterwards I realized just how long eternity could be. A vampire's spawn is less than a slave. They're a puppet. We have no choice but to obey our master's commands. They speak, and our bodies react. It's all part of the deal. Sometimes he'd order us to submit to torture. Sometimes he'd have us torture ourselves. Whatever his weather-vane mood settled on. Thank you. But this isn't about sympathy. It's about knowing what we might be up against. The Mind Flayers aren't the only monsters out there, and they might not be the only ones hunting us. All I'm asking is that you keep your eyes open and watch out for anything lurking in the shadows. What more could I ask? Now, is that all? Oh, darling, I'm hurt. I thought we had something special. It sounds...
Speak. It is done.
Easy.
Killed a few giant bats in my day, Astarion, but never hunted a vampire.
Just to remind you, I'm merely a spawn. It won't count. But if you want a true vampire, I'm happy to recommend one.
No one back home will ever believe this.
I suppose you want to hear about Cazador. He turned me nearly two. Sometimes he'd order us to. All I'm asking is that you keep your. What more could I ask? Oh, darling, I'm hurt. It's.
I want to have a word.
Speak. It is done.
Moving ahead.
I'm fair.
Open up.
Go on. More of us in.
Okay guys, so seems we have to go back for the master of blueprints. I'd really like to have that. Yeah, so that's something we have to have. So okay, so it seems like I'm going to go back and look for the blueprints. I know it sucks, I have to go back, but that's what we have to do. Check, check. Check, check. Okay.
Better not be cursed. Always room for more? Looks empty.
What's next?
A hero at heart.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have. If not over, then through.
So apparently it's just another passageway to the area we were already in. So we're gonna check the second floor of the spider's cave we were at earlier. Hopefully we can find the masterwork blueprints here.
What's inside?
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Let's move. On my way.
Oh, hells.
Finding my way.
Take your...
Got to move.
Nothing will stand in my way.
No time to waste.
fool. Too much to bear. Very well.
Can't afford to let up. On my way. Time to strike.
right.
Swift and lethal. You bow. On the move. Ready. Your time's come. Make way. What should I do? Moving.
No. Light on my feet.
Needs healing.
one's stopped me yet. Breathe deep and move.
Defender of the people. Best foot forward.
Can't give up now.
Sharp as ever. Ever onward. Finders keepers.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Well met.
Might as well take a look.
No time to rest. Let's have a look. Let's see.
Where am I needed?
What to do with haste? Something good here, I hope.
no time to dally.
Should have worn better boots. I've got a long road ahead. These boots have seen everything.
Today you fall.
Swift and lethal.
Breathing, despite everything.
This is my time.
Need to stay focused. Have to keep going.
Life comes easy these days. choice but to keep going.
Taking position.
Hold on.
Victory awaits. Make way.
Press ahead.
Make way. What's the plan?
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
my mark. I know just what to do.
Fury, I am death. My path be true. Bleed for me.
One day I'll catch a break.
steps at a time.
I am fury. I am death. Need tending. position. Taking position. Focus. Onward.
Important is ever easy. I won't let them take you. You've made a grave mistake.
This is my time. No time to waste.
be true. I'm ready. Blackets will be done. Blackets will be done.
What a day. I could really use some shadow.
Never a dull moment.
There's something hiding in that deep unknown. Get behind me. I can look first.
Well, after you.
What lies within? Enough waiting. I crave blood. We must speak. Onward.
Wits and blades, always sharp. This way.
Enough waiting. I crave blood. Without delay. This'll do.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Moving in.
Action, not reaction.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Should mind my step. I'll give it a shot.
eager for battle. Curious.
I've a lot on my mind and, well, in it. One day I'll catch a break.
Action, not reaction.
Let's get going. Let's see what this does. How much farther can I go?
My, you startled me. It's miles away. Not praying. Not quite. I was just practicing an incantation. What can I say? She's Mistra. I can't quite describe it. The need I sometimes feel to see her. To draw the filaments of fantasy into existence. No sculpture or painting could ever do her justice. Only the fabric that she herself is and embodies. The weave. Mistra is all magic. As far as I'm concerned, she is all creation. It is a kind of love, after all. At the very least, the most deep-seated passion. Magic is my life. I've been in touch with the weave for as long as I can remember. There's nothing like it. It's like music, poetry, physical beauty, all rolled into one and given expression through the senses. Would you like to experience this? Then follow my lead. Now you.
You feel something strange, like a kind word and a kind touch at the same time. It's warm and comfortable.
Excellent. Now, repeat after me. Athran Mistraril Kantrak Eo.
Suddenly, the scent of rosewater and a sense of well-being. A sliver of weave that tastes sweet on the tongue.
Very good. Now, I want you to picture in your mind the concept of harmony, as true as you can. No, I'm sorry, but it looks like magic's not on the cards tonight. Perhaps I'm not quite the teacher I fancy myself to be. In any case, don't blame yourself. Mistra can be a fickle mistress, coy to a T. Good night.
I need a quick word.
Speak. Shook, you believe you can survive without me? As you say.
Need something? Darling, leap. How delicious. Let's go.
Looking ahead. Should mind my step. Here we go.
As much love as I hold for Baldur's Gate, these frontiers delight me as much as any bustling street.
Well, hello. Let's crack it open.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Another step forward.
Young patriarchs naked in the fountains. Ah, civilization.
Goblins ahead.
Look it, Claw. Sapper's here. Unless you got another reason to be here. Feck shite.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Go! She's a little overexcited. Been a busy day. Lads are celebrating. Depends who you are. We're celebrating a raid. No better time in camp than this. Get yourself a bit of fun before it dries up. Ripped the guts out of Joaquin's rest, we did. Inns are good for gutting. Lads even captured some duke. Worth celebrating, that is. Who? If he ain't one of us, and if he's here, he's down in the pits.
Down in the pits? Either Halsin's in a foul mood, or he awaits a gallant rescue. Likely both.
Stop fidgeting.
Is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger, and turned against you. Your vision clouds, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape. Nothingness in every direction. Then there are 3 figures before you. An armored male elf, exuding power and command. A handsome younger man with a quick, easy smile, and a pale young woman with even paler eyes.
These are my chosen. They speak for me. Aid their search for the prism, and you will be worthy to stand beside them in my presence.
Lifting the pain from you, pushing the voice away.
My power grows. My forces gather. The reckoning draws.
Don't give me that look. I don't know what just happened any more than you do. We should keep going.
I don't know what that toy of hers is, but I'm glad it's on our side.